Order!
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Una kaukliko kallang nektok. Ukata Inuit Inuvialuktun kanolika hama haperanyak kirok kanoka Inuvialuktun. Ikayornak kigaloa kait ukat. Ukat kamamata ikayornak kigaitap kot. Kanolika ikayornak kigaita Inuvialuktun Inuit. Mani nunapting niyak ikakaklu nunakput hama Inuit ilangit Inuvialuktun. Anu kafar nektunga tap tuminga away home miktahu tai kanok hikayornek lugitap kod Inuvialuktun kanorleka kota kanok habang nektut kanorleka ikayornek lugitap kota Inuvialuktun abatar pauralawarat kanok ikayornek lugit kota Inuvialuktun. Ukata tapkot habaktot frontline workers niktahu ay tapkot habaktot kanok habaktot ikayornak lui tapkot Inuit kanorlaka kanorlaka ikayornakaloagaita kanok ilihaktilui nakalunin habaktilui kanok ikayornaklui tainna. Yatni Inuit Inuvialuktun yatni ipapakama tapkot Inuvialuktun tainna inuhurut. Isoqinyaklui kanorleka Inuvialuktun tap Inuvialuktun kanok kanorleka tapkot government nagalunin tanngungitsot kavamalgit tapkot ikayornakig right ukot kikakaklu nunakput tapkot humilaka kihullaka ikayornaqqigaluartut qanorleqa piñaarluit qanoqa aglaitaina qaqqehaurikun pipkarluit tautuktikkarluit taina qanorleqa ikayornaqqigaitaap qanoqa ikayoruuruataina tautungnaqqigaataamna qanorleqa ikayornaarlugit amavichot qoyanaq tamna qailiinneqqoq Robert T. McLeod una qaikapitaiku Robert T. McLeod tuvaqataalu Judy David Broccoli tau qaikapitaiku qoyanaq qoyanaq ukata tuhaagalortunga taapkuat uqqarmata in tangungitsuat kavamalgit taapkuat uqqarnequt qanoqqa maningnika pihukkaluarnequt qanoqqa aglangnika piñaarlutinga qanoqqa tutqikkaarniarmata ingmingnun qanoqqa ikayorniarlugit tainna ikayornaqqigaluartut taapkut ingmingnun tutqikkaarniartut aikaming taavangaharuq April 1st me taapkut ikayornialiinnirait kuat inuit tutqikkaarniartut ingmingnun qanorliqa tavra aglangnika pihukkuvit piñaarlutin tainna oqarti qanorliqa taapkuat inuit ingmingnun tutqikkaarniartut ikayornaqqigaluartut qoyanaqpaaraq una ENR qallangnniartuq minitaq ukuat nunanik atoqtuat qanoq land lease nik taihugait ukuat qanoq nunanik atoqtuat qanoq akilluting nunanik piñaqqigaluartoq aglaan uqaefaarlugu piñaangitsut ikayorniarlugit taapkuat nunani atoqtuat akillerlugit qanoq tapkot ikayornaqhigait ukot havaktot havautik kangituni taina pinyaarlugit pipkaarniarlugit taina kuyanaqqa taiku tapkot pika pirot qanoq uqaqti ukot April 1st tapkot pinyaartutuoq land lease policy miktaihuait malirutaliuta qanoq nunani atoqtot tutqikkarniarlugit qanoqqoqarimlugu negotiations niktaihuait ta oqai kamirung tamna taina nakugaluartoq aglaan havangnartoquli quyanaq ukot neqinik
evidenced by the growth and diversity of producers and processors and a rise in local production and sales. On April 1st, the fifth such bilateral agreement will come into effect, titled the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership, or the Sustainable CAP.
Inuit humilyaqa qanoq taina nunamin naukarlugit neqit qanorleqai kayornaqhigait tapkot havangniartot taina
Development and trade, building sector capacity growth and competitiveness, resiliency and public trust, and science, research, and innovation. The Sustainable CAP emphasizes a commitment to strengthening relationships and increasing Indigenous participation in the sector while improving access to funding. As with previous multilateral agricultural partnerships, the Sustainable CAP confirms the exemption of the Northwest Territories from requirements of proportionate spending and from the accounting of federal attributed funding where required. Mr. Speaker, the summer flooding of 2023
uqaqti tapkot ulaqpaurarmata hapeqinyaqqipil laligitsuaq qanoq inu niaq mata inuita qanoq qanorleqai kayornaqqigaluartot taina hakuk hapeqinyaqqpaurar qanoq umlupak qanorleqa naunaqqigaluartut neqit neqqigrat qanorleqa ikayorniarlugit inuit tabra oqariluaraat qanorleqa ukiortaamna qanorleqa tapkot inuitat nauniartot neqqigraptingnika ikayornaqqigaluartut tapkot qanoq ihumma neqinika piniartot quyanaq.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, member statements, member statements, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we voted to continue collection and administration of the carbon tax on behalf of the federal government. Although it divided this House, I believe we are all in agreement that the tax itself is bad for the NWT and should be eliminated or an exemption provided. Mr. Speaker, we heard a passionate plea from the member of Nanakput, whose constituents who I believe are
Ipagkrak ninakpun minitak tam na kakaloktok o karibilugi tapkot kanok inyo na kaming haperanyak kagaloktok kanok lekay kayo na kagaloktok tapkot inyo humilya ka haperanyak kayo kayo nak tam na carbon tax nagtahuge got akilipakanak government kanok nekpat kanok inyo nekpat inyo tam naptaok akilikanak kanok nekpat kanok akilikanekpat government got government autonomy kanok ko kalaw tinakutap got kanok leka o kautiluita inuita mani nunapting ni haperanyak kapelek to kanyunak kanok leka tap tumuna carbon tax mik carbon tax dam na agilifakan na government pikpat at dabra haperanyak kabelang niyaktok got that ingilakan tam na inyuk kanok ikayaw nakigalok tutap kwet inyuit mani inyunek tot kanok lekaan nunapting ni kanok atok tot tain nunapting ni kanok hok akiliranak tutpat ato mat tain na ano kanok ano pekroy parnek tunga okay kagatugut okay kai
And spring is beautiful, yet challenging at this time of year. As the snow melts on the streets and in our yards, on community trails and on ice roads, it reveals how we weathered the winter season. Spring can be a metaphor of the past season. Potholes are a given. It is a rite of passage living here. However, as the snow slowly melts away, we see our beautiful Mother Earth littered with garbage and illegal dumping in the night that is akin to the illicit drugs that are after our most vulnerable. Abandoned items lean against garbage bins like the unkept promises to those suffering from trauma, addiction, and homelessness. Fast food containers and plastics are strewn about like the unhealed, careless comments to family and friends, and the endless trail of broken glass, cigarette butts, and dog waste, like the demands, wants, and needs of the entitled and privileged. In the last few months, concerns of the pandemic have taken a back seat to the challenges of debt, finances, cost of living, employment, addictions, mental health, housing, homelessness, violence, and premature death. Once again, we will spring clean as we always do. We will continue to take care of ourselves, our families, our community.
Inik put mani halumak niya gugalwa put aglan Inuit hamma ikayo na kigalok tut tain na ikayo liting iling kanok lekha ikayo luting ikayo na nakirut ukwat nunap ting ni itot kanok halum maganek luitap kwat mani inu nektot. Inu nektot mani nakura kun inulit kuyanak. Mampuimi nakalang nektok kuyanak. Ukakiniya una kanok trust mik tahu gaita pirnyak ingmingnik kanok ukat inutakat inyait kanok ingmingnik mingmingun taimak tuat kanok $7.5 million dun hamma pekagalwak tu kanok ikayo nakigait mani makwa ukwat habaktot mani kanok nakagalwak tut aglan mani nunapting ni itut kanok ikayo nakigalwak ait ukwat kanok lekha aglan kamamat makwa nagarnekut kanok ikayo nakigalwak nakutap Inuit mani nunapting ni humilaka ikakaklu nunakput ikayo nakiritap kot inyait nutakat kuyanak.
It's supposed to be a consensus government. The cabinet needs to listen and work with us, not against us. We all have common interests serving the people of the NWT and in our regions. When we, the majority of the MLA, vote in favor of something, we are representing the view of the people. It should be
makwa nirauk tau kapta kot ikayo nakiritap kot Inuit mani nunapting ni humilaka anu kapaw kalwak tunga. Kapanek tok. Hoka kamamat ikayulait pati tapkot kanutun apikruigalok kanoknerpat. Habak ilokata tautikun tapkot ikayonerlugit kuyanak. Tabacha minukalangnertok. Kanok tapkot habang mata mani kanolika habang mata kavamat mani kanok. Okay, hurut.
I persevere and I continually press forward because I know that the work we do here is important and it does impact the people of the NWT, whom we represent. Partially for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I feel that my work here at the Legislative Assembly is not yet complete, which is why I will take this opportunity to publicly announce my intention to run for re-election as the MLA for Tabacha in the 2023 territorial election. Mr. Speaker, if I have the privilege to be re-elected as the MLA in the 20th Assembly, I will continue to work hard, as I always do, for the constituents of Fort Smith, as well as all the people of the NWT. I take my oath of loyalty very seriously. So as a member of this Assembly, I will always be loyal to the people of the NWT, and I'll always honor and respect the treaties and land claims signed with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, as we near the end of the 19th Assembly, I want to take a moment to thank all my colleagues in this House, both on the regular side and on the Cabinet side, for all the work we are able to do throughout this term. It was difficult at times, there's no doubt about that, but we were still able to get many things done for the people of the NWT, which is a very good thing. I want to wish all my colleagues good luck in their re-election efforts this fall. However, for those not seeking re-election, I want to thank each of you for your service in this House, and I wish you all well in your future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
For Tabacha, the member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are none nays. You may conclude your statement.
Also, Mr. Speaker, today this Assembly is going to lose a very special person. Today marks the last day of employment of our longtime clerk, Mr. Tim Mercer, who after today will be retiring from the Legislative Assembly. I want to thank Mr. Mercer for all his 20 years serving this House. His presence will most certainly be missed in this building. I wish him all the best with whatever life brings him next. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all my amazing constituents of Tabacha for their continued support. I also want to thank all the Indigenous leaders throughout the NWT for their continued support in me, and for them always reaching out to me to share their concerns. And lastly, I would like to thank my family for always supporting me in my work, which includes my husband, Peter, my two sons, Jerry and Mickey, and my dog, Rambo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Decho minukalangnertok kuyanak. Fort Providence mihama piraling yak tut piraner tutan na tapkwat Ubinakhirak kainiaktut kanok kuyahuk paraliting tamnak uping umit upinakhirak kainiakman kanok kayok kanok pirak parahilichit kanok lekha kanole kapirak paranek to tap kunani binakagrak kaiman kayahuk paralichit
I'm all tuckered out and I haven't even entered an event yet. So come on by, don't be shy, make new friends, buy arts or crafts on Saturday, try out the 3-on-3 hockey out on the river, and there's something for everyone. So be sure to check out the Bison Jam.
Kai pirak paranek to quite kainyaktut kuyanak.
Statements, member for Tuniday-Williday.
Tuniday-Williday ukalang nektok.
People and dispose indigenous peoples of their lands and rights for over 500 years. The statement said was right to recognize these errors and acknowledge the long-lasting effects of colonial era and the assimilation of policies of indigenous people and ask for their forgiveness. The statement recognized that these papal bulls or decrees did not adequately reflect the equal dignity and rights of the indigenous people and that the documents have been manipulated for political purposes of colonial powers to justify immoral acts against indigenous people that were carried out at the time without opposition from ancestral authorities. The Catholic Church therefore repudiates these concepts that fail to recognize the inherent right of human rights of indigenous people. In reviewing this release, this is not quite the level of revocation of the doctrine of discovery that was requested by the survivors during the Papal visit in 2002, a visit to Canada, during which he apologized to Indigenous people for the Church role in residential school system. Of course, the path of reconciliation is long and winding, and this is just one small step. However, this is without a doubt a breath of fresh air for over 500 years that's overdue. Our people have experienced relentless and deliberate attempts of colonization over hundreds of years. The intergenerational impacts of our brothers and sisters, our parents and our children are significant and long-lasting. But together we can make a rapid stride towards addressing historical injustice and moving forward meaningful truth and reconciliation. While we cannot change the past, we will live in the present. We must look forward to creating a future for our children and that we can all look forward to. Mr. Speaker, I seek the unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Tuniday-Williday. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. We will continue to call on the Government of Canada to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Got ikayo nakigalok to kanuleka tap got nutakat ingiliran ilihanek tot ikasini got kanuleka okarihuga tap got nutakat ilihanek tot ingiliran kasini anu pihri farnerto kuyanak. Nu Twin Lakes kan lang naktok. O kakte kanok. I kai farnerto May June me tap got kanok. O got apayham got humilika taikok bar kanok Kubehak paraligi chut kanok pirak paurak matay humilika. Tain na kanoleka pirak matay got inyut bulal ruhi kanoleka humulika kanok kubehak paurak ruhi kanok. Time naptaw ka ikayok tiga Brenda Bernhardt taikok paurak. Mr. Clerk na Mr. Tim Mercer na time actor taikok paurak habag paurak kabitmani. Kuyanak. Cam Lakeman. Ikayok paurak ugay takatap kot youth nik tay hugay kot nutakat nagalunin inyay ikayok nakluit tabraw ka o kakpaurak alwaktat. Tap kot iglokak to tama youth center mik tay hugay nutakat tabang paurak tap tu mga igilumun kanokle kapira koting negeruting kanokle ka pira nekluting inyu nek tot taina. Ikayok nakalaktit tap kot nutakat inyay kanokle ka inyu nek tot tap taiko taina igilunik napat napagaw kanok nut tap kot nutakat ikayok neklugit. Ukot taiko parak habang nekabit habang nekapit taina ikayok neklugit taikot nutakat kakaklu nunakput taina ikayok neklugit kuyanak. Nahandamin. Oblabak tam na Joan Danrana kalang o karilang nariga. Habak katigu kalwariga tam na Joan mga habak pauraktok na kuro kani ilihaw liberty nagalunin ikayoklugitingit habak to tayo na kanokleka Joan tabra tama nito ka Joan Denrano ka habak paurak mat ikayibluting ikayiblyuni kanokleka inyuniakluni ikayiblyuni nudakanik nagalun inyunik kihuleka humileka habak paurak Joan tabra yihmagat inyuit mani nunapting ni kanokleka habang man kanokleka habagurok mani nunapting ni nagalunin nunabun me humileka habag kami nakurokin ikayuniakluni Kuyanak. Tayo ko Joan Denran pukung madu tayo na kanok. Kuyanak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Literally nera tap quite bulak that gallery me. Una Minister Ilichung Robert McLeodlu, Judy McLeodlu. Oh, darn it, missed it.
Same seat. Recognition of visitors in the gallery.
Tapquat. Lichuinerat. Tapquat Lumi. Damna Robert McLeod. Judy McLeod. Lichuri Uka. Judy McLeod. Near Twin Lakes, una Ilichuitka Damna Robert McLeod Inuvialuktun Twin Lakes Ukaktok. Koyanai Kai Cafe.
Inuvialuktun Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Nahende.
Thank you. I guess I'm going to jump on the back.
Unalu.
From them, and as an advisor and I say somebody that would be able to give you sound advice throughout the time of my first 4 years as a member, and his wife for putting up for him being gone for so long. Judy, thank you very much for being here today.
Kakparak tu una Robert McLeod Kairak Bulak Duk Havaruruk Tuat Uvani Minister Legislative Assembly me.
Robert C. McLeod.
Una kakti wok literally got Kai Marat, Judy Lou, Robert McLeod Lou. Barak did.
I know you're enjoying retirement. I see all the pictures of building cabins and on the land. Never seen you smile so much, I always tell myself. I hope you enjoy your retirement, and you know, like I said, thank you very much. And also, Mr. David Brock, I haven't seen him for a number of years. He was the Chief Electoral Officer at the time when I...
Damna Ilichura David Brock. Koyanak pa kai coffee.
Okay, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements.
Akholle Uvloon. Member for Yellowknife North Okhanaktok. Koyanak.
Put it in a box and to the side. I've recently learned that that is not the case, and there are cases where we will go forward with eviction for Indigenous peoples unauthorized using public land. My question is for the Minister of Lands. Can he just tell me what exactly is the test being used? Are there some sort of hard limits here for when we are using a test for when an Indigenous person has a right to be on public land? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Mr. Speaker, the department is not taking enforcement actions on potential rights-based cabins at this time. The department is working with Indigenous governments on an approach to manage rights-based cabins on public land. The department won't be defining Aboriginal rights through this process. Mr. Speaker, it's about also self-identifying. The individuals need to self-identify. There is a process that's explained on the post. Please come into the office and self-identify. If they don't do that, then we do not know if it's rights-based cabin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that may be where this problem lies, and that's there's a lack of trust, and some people are not walking into a Department of Lands office anytime soon, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister tell me whether Indigenous fishermen have a right to set up harvesting camps on the shores of Great Slave Lake, and what exactly that right would look like? Is there a limit to it? Are they allowed to set up a fish harvesting camp, but they're not allowed to do any commercial activity? Are they allowed to set up a fish harvesting camp, but they can't leave an ice shack there over time? Can the minister tell me what the department's current interpretation of that right is? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, if the individuals do not want to talk to us in coming into our lands, they can go in, talk to the Indigenous governments, and they can reach out to us. So we do have a process there. In regards to his question, commercial operators occupying public land are required to have tenders, so they need to apply through a process. The department's current approach to manage rights-based cabins is not considering commercial harvesting or operations. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would really encourage the department to take a look at that. I think our Indigenous harvesters have a right to commit some sort of commercial activity on the lake. I know that's a complicated question, but I think it's a very kind of similar case to Micmac fishers with the lobster fishery, where the Supreme Court gave them essentially a moderate livelihood test. They were allowed to go out and do that, as was their tradition. I've spoken to many fishers on the lake. They will get licensed, and they will go through the commercial applications, but they do view it as their rights. Mr. Speaker, a couple of years ago, the Department of Lands kicked commercial fishermen's boats off of the Giant Mine dock as being remediated, but now there are commercial fishers who have nowhere to store their boats. And these aren't small boats, Mr. Speaker, they're 40-foot boats. Can the Department of Lands look for somewhere that commercial fishermen can store their boats legally in Yellowknife? You know, I note on this side of the lake, we don't have a fisherman's wharf, we don't have a fish plant. Well, we have a fish plant, but it's a houseboat, Mr. Speaker. So my question is, can we find somewhere for the commercial fishermen to legally store their boats in Yellowknife, which is pretty essential to make sure the fishery survives on this side of the lake? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say we've had this conversation with the member, and I greatly appreciate him asking this question in the House. All available public land can be viewed on Atlas, the department's website management system. If that's a problem, they can go into the department and talk to the staff there and check the website itself, and we are more willing to help there. Commercial operations interested in public lands may work with land administration to determine land availability as well. An application may submit lease applications for any available land to, you know, if it's available in lease, but also what we need to be aware that we still have to go through the review and consultation process that we follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, written questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Finance confirm if she plans to meet with the federal government to relay this government's opposition and concerns around the carbon tax? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for finance.
Tamna maningni ka munakri. O kota kanoka kautin o kautin. O karianik kit katap kota kanok leka tamna akilifarnak carbon tax miktai hugate. O karifa nara ta kanok leka kuyanak. Who got federal government, Kanok Tap got Canada government.
Fact that there are a total lack of alternatives to fossil fuel use here in the Northwest Territories, and if this is how the federal government wants to respond is through a carbon tax, then they need to help us find the alternatives to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister...
Kuyanak. Kanok Kautiligi Tap got Canada government. Kanok ikayon nakiga tigut kanok tamna akilifarnak pihungit kalorit gubot kuyanak. Kainak kigait tap got the federal government kanolaka ikayonak luta konya kuyanak apertuinak hirita federal government kanoka tamna pihungit kalarit putta carbon tax miktai hugay agli faranak government kanok Hukta tuta I pani kanolika
in the north because we have less reliance on fossil fuel use. And that's the point of the carbon tax, is to get people off of fossil fuels. We don't have alternatives in the Northwest Territories. But if that's the federal government's goal, then the federal government needs to help us get off of fossil fuel use, provide reliable and responsible alternatives to fossil fuels here in the north. It will dramatically change our we face ourselves in now with the carbon tax. It's time for them to come here and help us get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to apologize to the Premier for not getting my questions to you a little bit earlier. Since the Vatican announcement, I only found out this morning of this announcement. Today, the Vatican Development and Education Office released a statement formally reputing, or in other words, to reject or untrue or unjust the doctrine of discovery. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Deputy Premier and the Federal Government of Canada will need time to review the Vatican announcement to reputing the doctrine of discovery and how this announcement will have significant impacts on the government of the Northwest Territories and Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories as well. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier is you know, this thing is long outstanding, and my question is, what took so long? It's more than a little rich for the Vatican to insert now that papal bulls were manipulated for political purposes by competing colonial powers. The Catholic Church and the federal government have known for hundreds of years the extensive and negative, long-lasting impacts of these doctrines. Instead of waiting for this repudiation to come from the Vatican, what have the federal government and the territorial government done to denounce the doctrine and introduce legislation specifically repudiating the doctrine and committing to the abandoning of and opposing all policies law based on the doctrine? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple questions in there. What took so long? That I can't speak for. I can't speak for the Catholic Church, and I can't speak for the federal government, although I'd like to sometimes. But I can say that the Northwest Territories, what we're doing is, I think that in the Northwest Territories, we're one of the most progressive jurisdictions in working with Indigenous governments, in honesty, in the whole of Canada. We were one of the first, I believe, to accept the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2016. We're very ahead of the game when we're working with self-government and land claims agreements. We did devolution, where Indigenous governments get a say with that. We have the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework that we sat together and identified our chapters and our needs. This government brought forward the Council of Leaders, where we share the chair. And just recently, as members know, today I'll be tabling or doing the second reading of the bill for the United Nations Declaration for Indigenous Peoples. So again, Mr. Speaker, I can't speak for the federal government or the churches, but I can say that the Northwest Territories recognizes the impact that colonization has had on Indigenous people, and we're doing whatever we can to support our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Premier. Yeah, this is it's a very tough subject to talk about, but at the same time, it's really a big topic, because I know when you as a Premier are going to continue to work with your colleagues and also the chiefs and leaders in the Northwest Territories, it's going to come up now. And those are some of the questions. But some of the questions that may come up is what will the GNWD do to identify and remove policies and procedures which are influenced by the doctrine? So there are going to be a lot of questions like that. So I just want to throw that out there and put that to you as a Premier. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for give me a heads up that there will be questions, and I don't blame them. There should be questions. There was a lot of harm done. Again, I can't speak for the churches, but what I can say is hopefully that those days are done in the Northwest Territories. The United Nations Declaration for Indigenous People, the act, if passed in this government, will make things different. No longer will the GNWT get to define what's best for people. It'll be working together with the Indigenous governments hand in hand to
Tau chicken hawak power anak kiruk kanorleka iswakinyak lui taina habang nak ugat habak tot kanorleka habak kaming tau chicken na ko kinyak to kuyanak ugat taina kanorleka time na tangong ichot land claims niktay hugay ugat kanok iswakinyak lui kanok nunap tingni ugat kanok nunap tingni kanok iswak to kuna habang nak tot piligin niya kahit kanok hakuta kaligin niya kahit ugat kama nunap tingni land claims nik tayo hugay ugat kanok habang mata nunap tingni kuyanak got kanok tap got kanok lekatay na ikayon na actually tap got hihak tot ingilakan tap tumani tap got
right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Final short supplementary member for Tunaday Welday.
Hunyak patap got government makwa kanok ikayon na pati tap got ilihak to tingilakan kuyanak tap got skorak ilihakan to ingilakan kanok inuvialuktun tot kanok pifa kaming skorak pa kaming ingilakan tap tara inyu hingit nakungitchut inyu nakaningit nakungit kaloktok kanok tap got Inuvialuktun United Nations for Indigenous People niktay hugay got ikayakonakluting tap kunanik tanungitsonik tap got kanokole kai ikayakonakaloakait tap got manitot kanok ikayakonakluit habakaloktut kanokole ka ikayakonakaloktut daglan habang naktok habak para naktok tam na kuyanak Hill Knife North pakraka pikroy galok tak tunga tap to moon Talson hydro project nik tayo kanok isak kinyak parung kanok leka kanok isak kinyak parung yukwat government. (2013) mi tabra isagutirot aglan ublupak pingit katuli kaya nak Minister Vandalo na kanok taiko kagapi kanok leka hibunek pud nalunak tok kanok nek kanok habaut takinyak habaut takinyak kangatan kanok tap tuma Talson project mik kuyanak hikpasaka kanok tam na Talson hydro project kanutin maning nikatok atok pat kanok kapini maning nika pekak patuli kanok nalunak kirok. Ouch. Kaya
Member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business case is on track for completion within the life of this government. I said that yesterday. I'll say that again today. We are in progress of updating a number of things, our capital costs, examining some of our routing options, updating some of our project revenues, advancing commercial discussions between partners, investors, in preparation for this regulatory application for the whole project. So we're looking at the life of this government to be able to share, not publicly, but share with the members the business case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for changing protocol a little bit. I'd like to, I'd seek unanimous consent to return to item number 5, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The Premier is seeking unanimous consent to return to item 5. Are there any nays? Okay. Sorry, Premier, it's nayd. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To clarify, once oral questions is concluded, I'm more than happy to go back to anything, but returning now ends the time on the clock, and I'm going to use it. My question, Mr. Speaker, is...
Apikrilang naktunga, ITI mini daka tam na manirinig ka munakri. What do you ask?
Responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've answered that question this session already. It's part of the work that's underway right now. I can already say to the minister, to the member, that we do already now have unified policies and objectives for procurement. That's a huge step forward. That is certainly a good starting place. There's a lot of information on the websites right now, new manufacturing guidelines or the manufacturing policy, new guidelines under BIP, and the definition right now, part of the delay there is we are also working on an Indigenous procurement process with Indigenous partners. That work is still underway. We're not going to wait entirely for that to finish before finishing the northern business definition, and that will be worked on right now in the life of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you.
Haver South kalang nektok. ITI Minister of Finance Manakri. Kanok pinyab kanrung kanok akilikanyak parung tam na carbon tax akilifakan nagkabamanon.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you.
Koyanak. Manitak Federal Minister Minitak Tabra from Canada min. Canada kabamangin Tabra Manitak.
Mr. Speaker, a number of different initiatives. And before I go any further, I want to give a shout out to the Arctic Energy Alliance. They do a lot of work in this space, and they receive a lot of funding from our government to continue the work that they do in this space in terms of energy audits and ensuring that there's alternatives and paths forwards and to help chart those paths forward. So I'd certainly encourage everyone to reach out to them. There are also funds within our government, again, to help support businesses in their changeovers. And Mr. Speaker, as we've always done, and as we continue to do, ITI does a lot of supports in the business space through SEED in terms of helping businesses to grow their capacity. If they're growing their capacity, if they're growing their business, then they certainly will have more funds available to them. The COLO payment that we have, Mr. Speaker, built in purchasing power for residents so that they can help address the fact that they may be facing higher costs from businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Haver South minukalang nektok. Apekrilang nektunga. Kanok apekrilang yakpita tap kununik government ningit. Kanok apekrilang yakpita tap tunguna akilifakan government.
A number of ministers have asked, hasn't gotten us very far in terms of being exempted from the carbon tax. So the minister here has heard it himself. What I'd like to do, though, moving forward, let's get ourselves off fossil fuel. Let's have more reliable energy. Let's have energy alternatives. We can't do that alone. We're working off of old infrastructure. We're working in communities that don't have road access. These are things that are going to take serious dollars, are going to take federal dollars. And if that's a commitment of the federal government, we've heard it again in this budget, they need to come to the North. They need to see the realities of the North. We are more than prepared to work with them. We're more than prepared to help communities with federal government. And we can then be leaders in Canada and stand up and say that we got these communities off fossil fuels. It's time to make that change, Mr. Speaker. We're here to help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One other question that I had trouble hearing as well. Will the minister?
Minita ko na kanok pinyak padrung tam na government akilifakan tam na carbon tax miktay hugay. Kanok ikayo nakigati kanok leka Kanoklekai kayo nakigatu tap the moon a carbon tax mikdahugate. Kanoka kilifana government.
Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll certainly be carrying the message of the North forward, as we do, as all my colleagues as ministers do. We want to see the North prosper. We want to see businesses prosper. We want to have residents be able to put food on their tables. In the context of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, I realize it creates a burden, and it's creating a burden at a time that is where times are already tight. Inflation is high, interest rates are high. We're all seeing it in the North. And we want ministers to come from Ottawa and actually see it themselves. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be, along with my colleagues, extending invitations out to the ministers who have their hands on whether it's carbon tax dollars, environment dollars, energy dollars. We want to bring them here, have them in these communities so they can actually see the realities of a large proportion of Canada's, 40% of Canada's landmass, in fact, here in the North across the 3 territories. Let's bring them here to the North, and I'm going to make that commitment. We're going to make those offers and try to get them here so they can see it themselves, and we can then all work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Infrastructure. I've raised this numerous times in the House on the Dempster Highway, and I want to know, where is this minister at with discussions with the Yukon about improving the Dempster Highway? This is the vital link to our region. We need to ensure that this goat trail is corrected, and we don't have the money on this side, so it's on the Yukon side. So where is the minister in this discussions on getting this money? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe perhaps I should have mentioned that the Minister Vandal is here, because now everyone's hands are going up. Mr. Speaker, the member from Inuvik, and you know, I'm a member from Inuvik Boot Lake,
Tam na kodak pak Dempster Highway mikdang kanok maning ni kay tweak galwak to invested mikday hugay kanok leka kaya Taiku tap ko tau kanol ka shock kanyalok dut up kodak pay tap ko Britnik Taihugate Road kanok ka shock kanyak kigalok dut aglan manekagalok tu kanok tut kikarnak lugi tap ko up kodak pay kuinak tap ko tau ka Yukon mi o kau tigalok put aglan kanok huli o karnak pita kanok leka o kau tigalok ka aglan kanok pinyak pat kuyanak got Mackenzie Valley Highway una up kodak pait kanok maning ni ka pinyak higalok tut kanok up kodak pait tut kikarnak tut hunyak pat hoka about taring parung tap tain up kodak pait tut kikarang ngit kay tuli kuyanak tauchikuna kagaloaqtugut kan apqutiqpait taapkuat havauttarigaluarait aglaan pingitkaituli qannutun hamma piniaqtut 5 yeartun illa luunniin qanoq havauttarikkamilu quyunaq Inuvialuktun Lakes quyunaq qanoqliqa ta apqutiqpait uqarip kaluarlugit qanoq piniaqpat qanoq tutqiqqarniarpati taapkuat naagaluunniin apqutiqmangnika piliorniarpaat quyunaq February taamnaptaaqa apqutiqpak Mackenzie Valley Highway qanoq
with some of the Indigenous group that are along the alignment, such as the Pedzike First Nation, as well as, Talita. So we are furthering that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mumfui minuqalangniartoq uqat Frank Channel Bridge taamna apqutiqpak taiku abauttariñeraat 50 year in hippalik tai Petchakomi taapkot iglualut nappaqtut quyunaq. I can't talk no more.
Mumfui, Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, as the House is aware, we have committed to working with the Tlicho government on procuring a new school for Betchiko. The federal government does not build schools generally, and so in our discussions with the Tlicho government, it's been determined that they would be the best to approach the federal government, and we are fully supporting them once they do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker, where does this government get their money from? From the federal government. So therefore, he can ask the federal government, not this one or whoever, but to commit that if they can build or help us build a school. So
qanoq ikayornaaqqigaluartugut scoring piliorniartot taapkut tauqa federal government ingirrualuar ariait aglaan pingitkutli oqaraluartuta oqariit qaluartuta Petchaku government uvagutaaqa qanoq qadorniartilaat taapkuat iharvika Petchakomin tap got iqarik dot federal government lu tap got lu NWT government lu kanok taina tap tam kayanak. Tinade walide. Tap got kanok protect
lake. And this year I asked for help to get winter road built to my community of Titsake. We have the high cost of living there. To bring in a vehicle is crazy. To bring in material, homes into the community, just really at a very high cost. So again, I was told that it's going to cost about $2 million to put a road in on an annual.
Kanok ikayo nakiga ito kita kanok apkotinik pilyo nakirt lutsel kemun tamani kanok kanole kainyu nekto di kayo nekto git infrastructure mi kaya nak kanok ingilian ubo kakalok tu kanok kanok tap got ice road migday hugay tam na kanok apkotik kanok pinyak pinyakaloakik puta aglan maning nikatokonak tok kuyanak tuniday waliday. Ugot mi dat kainyak kigalok tut inyawaram nun lutul kemun kanok humi tay kainyak tot humi kainyak tohi ilihemau kalok tunga humi lutul kemi tap got kanok inyunak akihu libel kalok tok kanok ikayo nakirit apkotimik kuyanak kuyanak ye tap got kanok laka ikayo hurit kanok tap got umiak pangmik tay tuyoku galwak tut lutkal kemun aglan kanok tam na apkodo diornek tot ice road migday hugat tay na kanok Ikayornearlugit Inuit Tamani. Koyanak. Tuna day walite. Habang matalutsal kemin tay kanok ukarineara tay na kanorleka tutkikarnearluit kanok inunertot kanorleka ikayornearluit tapkot inuit lutsal kemi kuyanak. Here South kuyanak. Here me okay tam na 175 million tun ham atuligit kanorleka tapkot here me inyu ne kapernak kigalok kanok iglungit nagalunin apkotingit kanorleka tap ulek pangman nakongit kalok kanorleka ikayornak kiritinita tamani kanok tapkot ikayornak pati kanorleka kuyanak. Here meet kalokan mo tauchimun tauchimun nakari kaloakit ka kikputam na kanok here me kanorleka kanorleka ikayornearlugit kanorleka kuyanak.
Tuesday to the federal budget. And I was very happy to see a number of things mentioned, more specifically the Tulsin, which I was excited to see. But we did put in a funding proposal under the Ocean Protection Plan. You know, I met with Minister.
Hingi free galak to the kanok ukariblu tapkot haber me kanok ikayornearlugit tapkot kanok ulek powerman kanorleka ikayornearlugit tutkikarnearlugit kanorleka habak poweralak tuit ingi free galak tuit tap kununa kuyanak. Taiku ukakte. Kanorleka ukautikap tigit tapkot down south miktai hugat got kanok nalahung naktut kanok Mackenzie River dam na Hay River habak ittot kuyanak. Kanole ka habak tarigalwari put kanok kihunik okakluta kanole ka tutkikarnerlugi taina kanok tapkot Hay River me. Kanole ka iswakinyaklugi kanok Inuvialuktun Hay River me.
River. It's, you know, if we happen to lose those, basically Hay River is going to slowly disappear. And I think, you know, and also the service that it offers to northern communities for supply, to northern businesses, mining companies, it's very important. So we have to ensure that that harbor is in good shape. And I know that in the past there, when the dredging ceased, there was, I think it was because they went to you know, a user pay system, but we can't afford to pay that in the Northwest Territories. So I guess what I'm
Ukiupak pinyak tutkikarnak kalwaktok ta kanok pinyak pat. Kuyanak. Pihuk kalwari put aglan tapkot mini tata Canada mini tangit kiulait kan yang kanok kan about kalwarit ka tapkot tamna Hay River mi aglan haperanyak tok tao ka kanok federal government o ka kiungit kan nga kanok maning nik ay chok padiyut naku nayak tok aglan utak kilutak maning manik. Kuyanak.
Oral questions. Member for Inuvialuktun.
Inuvialuktun. Apekri lang nakto Mr. Simpson. Tap to my yakawing make pihukal to detame kanok nekpat. Tau chikun havagluk. Kuyanak. Kuyanak. Hindi hakamata tabra kanok kahumilya ka tamna hakuta hugay tapkot nako kanyaklu nakalun nun napay nyakluting. Kanok pinyakalak kanok iswak kinyakay aglan utak kinyak tok kuyak. Kuyanak. Makam tabar apikruinyak tung tap got ulik barak man hay river mekanok kanok ikayonak padi tap got hay river me ulik barak mat ukiok ulik barak mata kanok humigli kahama tuk kika nagalak tut kanok kanonek padi thank you. Are they just above what? Hawk Iglakpat.
He said he lived in Hay River for 32 years.
Huh.
He said, oh, I mean 66. Trying to make himself young.
Cause you listen. He said his wife was here. Used to be whose husband?
Dixie.
Dixie.
They have how many kids?
Oh.
You want some more? Good.
I'm good. They can bring it on.
I'm gonna go back there. Oh yeah.
Still talking? Still talking about what?
Still talking about mitigation and
Oh, that flood.
lands and flood and this guy here. Who's this one?
Rocky Simpson.
Oh yeah, Hay River.
Yeah, Hay River South. That one's Hay River North. Oh, Minister Hassan. Hay River North.
Okay, and where he lives must live in Hay River too. Huh? Mr.
That's
Thompson.
the only way he could. This one here is here.
Oh, he lives in Yellowknife. Shane Thompson.
I don't know, but I always see him around here. What's he talking about?
Oh, Minister.
Catholic. Catholic damn. Yan nga. Nukalura.
They can tie. They're gonna.
What?
She's talking about her favorite.
Development Agency and the Minister responsible for prairies economic development in Canada. Minister Vandal is not from the Northwest Territories, but he's an Indigenous man, and he, like Grand Chief once told me, he not only listens, he hears our needs. And so he's always welcome to the Northwest Territories, and we'd love for you to move here if you're anytime you want. We need the income from the capital. I also want to recognize some of the staff that came with him. The Director of Communications, Mr. Ryan Cotter. Excuse me if I say that wrong.
Federal Minister.
Got money that. Got kai kafe maunga Taikok Park. Kuyanak para kaikavit maunga Northwest Territories man. Kuyanak.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Welcome, Federal Minister, Mr. Vandal.
Taiko kaikavit Mr. Vandal. Maunga kabit. Kuyanak para. Kahit farm
Tunde Welde.
Mr. Speaker, and I also want to say the same thing as the Premier. Welcome everybody from the Minister and all his colleagues and staff.
Taiko para kaika fimaunga. Taiko nalak to kavit ma ubaguta okakapta kuyanak. Tabatamino kalang naktok. Taiko Mr. Vandal kaikavit. Tapkot iliakakvit 64 years dun. Naparod tam naptak 60 years tam naptak naparok. Iliakakvit tabra naparod huli. Taiko Parakaigavit. Mr. Vandal.
Member for Thabacha, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Mumfui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mampuina, Ilichui Ka, Damna, Federal Minister, Minister.
I just want to acknowledge him that he is here in Denede, and that I want to ask, just let him know that we do, like, what.
Koyana Kaimarok Damna, Federal Minister. Apehrui.
But I would like to welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumfui. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Colleagues, we will return after a short recess.
Dai marlang nek doet. Kai vaak nek doet aan de goed.
Order. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Technically, there is no time limit on the reply to the Commissioner's address. My life is in your hands, but I will try to keep this brief. Mr. Speaker, as March Madness comes to an end and we have passed our last budget, it is time to celebrate fiscal New Year's, when all those lovely program budgets get replenished. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this time to use my reply to the Commissioner's address to state that that will be my last budget, as I will not be running again in the upcoming general election. And before I leave, Mr. Speaker, I will try to impart some wisdom on the priorities for future assemblies and the remaining 150 days or so we have left. Mr. Speaker, you may assume I'm not running because I am fed up with the GNWT and frustrated at how hard it is to get things done. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm not running because I'm really starting to understand and appreciate the GNWT. Mr. Speaker, as we saw yesterday with the carbon tax vote, I'm now voting with Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I think it's time to get out of here. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried if I stay any longer, they might make me a minister, and then I'll be saying things like, well, first we need to complete a review, a what we heard report, 4 strategies, and an action plan before I can make a decision on that. Jokes aside, Mr. Speaker, I remain radically optimistic about politics in this territory, and I believe consensus government has never been stronger. This Assembly has navigated conflict, COVID, floods, and record inflation, and the system held up pretty well, Mr. Speaker. Consensus government ensures that ministers continue to have individual responsibility in their portfolios, something that is being eroded in party systems as Premier's offices and Prime Minister's office centralize power. Mr. Speaker, we have a cabinet that works with regular MLAs, something that is almost non-existent in opposition parties down south. Mr. Speaker, even when our system wasn't pretty, it held strong and proved that the way we govern here is better than party politics, and all members have a voice. Now, certainly, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot we can improve about the system, and I will speak to those things another day. But let us all remember that it's far more important than the system of governments is the people in the system. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe this House's priorities are in the right place. Mr. Speaker, the key example is housing. This Assembly, with help of the federal government, has done more for housing than any other. I am truly proud of the pressure and non-stop advocacy
Kanoleka emalate minihitat havaktot isaktoken havagurnakut taikok parak Kanoleka ukwat havak paranakut emalate maka isaktoken havagurnakut taikok parak uvangalu havakama mani. Taikok parak got havakatig kami ka ukot lokada havang kapta tau chicken. Hunyakton kanole kainu nyakton nakuroken Kuya nakparak. Una replies to Commissioner's address tamna. Minister responsible for ECNE una kal got ilakalang niya ka. Bill 81, 82, kaya na. No. '83, '84, top court malero talit. Court malero talit. Kaya na. You was gonna say.
Mr. Speaker, the member MLA Johnson spoke about his accomplishments, what he was proud of in this Assembly. I am really proud to table the following two documents. Plain language summary for Bill
85. Away home tam na top court ay mabichat ay kayo nerlogit. Kuya nak.
The honourable member for Hay River North, that when this House adjourns on Thursday, March 30th, 2023, it shall be adjourned until Thursday, May 25th, 2023. And further, that it
May 25th executive farner to May 25, 2023. Me. Executive farner to time but uvlupak.
business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried.
Nakuginatam na nutak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Taiko Tim Mercer havakabit mani. Kanoklekai kayu hurat. 2003 August me time dot. Kanoklekai kayu hurak. Tim Mercer. Kuyanak. Taiko. Time on March 31st, 2023 me. Kuyanak Power Tim Mercer. Habak Barak Kavin Mani. Taikok Barak Mani Habak Kavit. Koyanak. Kauklik kalang nyaktok. Tam na Tim Mercer mani Habak Barak Kam Taikok Barak. You could
including adapting to the pandemic-related challenges. His leadership and guidance have been instrumental in ensuring a team of impartial and professional staff who provide outstanding service to both members of the Legislative Assembly and the broader parliamentary institution, ensuring that the voice of the people is heard loud and clear. Recently, Mr. Mercer led the development with the Intergovernmental Council Secretariat members of a consensus government process convention that guides how land and resources legislation drafted collaboratively with Indigenous governments will be introduced, considered, and enacted in the legislature. This is a huge accomplishment. This process convention completes the process of collaborative drafting and ensures it applies to all phases of the legislation. This process convention is unique and historic and will remain a significant accomplishment. Mr. Mercer's professionalism and dedication.
Taikok Barak Mr. Mercer money Mani Habak Barak Kavit. Kanogleka ikayunyak kanogleka Taikok Barak. Taikok Barak Mani Habak Barak Kalokavit. Habak Barak Kavit. Koyanak. Tamnaptak Tim Mercer. Kanok Taikok Barak Mani Habakavit. Taiko parak Tim. Kuyanak.
Tim. And one of the first things we did was look inside the sausage maker that is politics and try and understand how we fit into this very process-oriented and pretty rigid institution. As a person who has a brand new job, a very responsible job, having just been elected by the voters, it is truly daunting to come through the door and to try and understand which way is up. And so, you know, some of us were here in the 18th Assembly, and Mr. Mercer coached us through some of our learning curve. I'm going to tell a story on Minister Thompson. Has a lot of logo clothing from sports competitions and was always trying to sort of get away with wearing it by wearing a longer thing over it and being told, no, that's not what we're looking for. Soon after I started this job, I unfortunately had a huge burn. And I had to spend weeks in bed. I had to spend weeks in recovery, and I couldn't have asked for a more compassionate and accommodating person than Tim to help me through that period. It was just such a difficult time of my life. I just started this job, and then I was almost immediately out of action. And it turned out that compassion was really a hallmark of the way that he treated members and staff. You know, we all lived through the death of Haley Carlson. I saw great compassion in that, and in other instances that were not as high profile. And I think that we've all benefited from his generosity. Certainly, as the member for Bootleg said, politics can be very rough and tumble, and sometimes having a place to vent and trying to figure out how to go for a different outcome is a very valuable thing, and Tim has always provided that for me, and along with a lot of advice and guidance, which I truly appreciate and which I've benefited from tremendously. As far as I'm concerned, his greatest accomplishment was the assistance he gave the Special Committee on increasing the representation of women. It was he and the Speaker at the time who had gone to the Commonwealth Conference, had looked at the Samoan model for guaranteed seats for women, and launched us on this process of how we could increase the representation of women. Hopefully voluntarily, but if not voluntarily, then with quotas. And then there were many iterations of that. There was a motion, there was an interim report, a final report, and I think that he deserves a lot of credit for the fact that we were able to really attract through our efforts as the Standing Committee a number of women to run in the last election who were successful and who are here today. I also want to say that both of us are big fans of Arctic and Antarctic exploration, and that's been really fun to exchange articles and ideas about that, especially the infamous Sir Ernest Shackleton, who went to the Antarctic, lost his boat, and came out alive, which is a pretty amazing story in itself. I want to just note a few good changes. It's true that the focus on Indigenous languages, culture, and representation has really been heightened in Tim's time, and those are all very positive changes from my point of view when I see all the people in the interpretation booths. I'm very grateful that people throughout the territory have the opportunity to hear what we're saying in their own language. I've also known him to provide opportunities for people to shine. He has been able to coach them to better things, to opportunities to attend conferences, training, to try new jobs, and to explore new boundaries and new successes. And finally, I think we have with Tim our most foremost champion of consensus government. Someone who understands it, somebody who's lived it, somebody who can explain it, somebody who doesn't give up on it when the going gets rough, which it certainly does from time to time. So I think that Tim's leadership here has really been transformative, and I would like to say how much I appreciate that. And I would also like to add that if Kevin were here today, I think he would say some of the same things, but he would argue with others. And he would want me, on his behalf, as well as my own, to wish Tim the very best with the rest of his journey in whatever that is coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had about 5 pages of notes, but my colleagues took a whole bunch and they started crossing them off. I got down 2 pages. Mr. Speaker, my first 4 years being in this as an MLA, I had the opportunity to work with Tim during that time. I can tell you the new 11 of us probably aged him about 30 years, and because, you know, Ocean's 11, we kind of had a whole bunch of questions, and he turned on the fire hose, but we kept on throwing about 11 other fire hoses at him, so he was able to help us there. I'm very thankful for having him here, though. He was able to provide the history to some of the previous decisions and visions of past assemblies. Throughout the 4 years, he provided me and us good advice, suggestions on how to look at things with different lenses that we normally don't use, and had strong leadership. When I first came into the Assembly, I can tell you that a friend of mine and former colleague, Alfred Moses, sat me down and talked to me about Tim and all the help and support he received his first time during this first year. I can tell you his experience and support he received from Tim during this first term was the same as mine. In speaking with my other long-term colleagues that were there, it was the same as him. So Tim treated everybody in the same with respect and dignity that the office holds, and I thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank him and wish him all the best on his next adventure called life. I believe that the Assembly will miss him, miss his presence and service. But like I've always said, if you can leave your job in a better place than it was when you first started, you've done a great job, and I can say Tim has done that. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish him the best on his retirement. You've earned it, and all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have as long of a history with Mr. Mercer. I was only elected this Assembly and I haven't been a regular member. But that's kind of a point that I want to make. As ministers, we don't interact with the clerk's office as much. I wouldn't have necessarily had a long history knowing all of the many achievements I've already heard about today. I'm sure there's others. I know that others may speak to those others. I actually want to speak to some of the day-to-day things, though, that I think are forgotten. They are forgotten by what happens with the public service. They forget the role of the public service in leadership, because they're not the ones that get the glory. Sometimes it's us that get the glory, sometimes it's us that don't get the glory, but the public service never does. And Mr. Speaker, this House, this building, is actually the seat of the senior-most level of the executive of the government, of the legislative branch of the government, and Mr. Mercer has now been at the head of this institution, of this building. That's a pretty heavy place to be. But that role gets missed sometimes when we talk about who gets the glory for the work that gets done around here. And I think we've already heard, and I do know, even from the side where we don't necessarily interact as often, that the role of the clerk helps us build relationships, keep relationships, manage relationships. It's work that often happens very much out of the spotlight, but if it wasn't happening, I can't frankly imagine how any of the work in this building would get done. And so, Mr. Speaker, although there's these very, very key achievements, languages, the women in being elected here, those are key things. There's a day-to-day function in this building that keeps democracy in the North going, and it keeps democracy going in a consensus government. There's not a lot of examples to draw from when you're in this role in a consensus government of how to do that job, because we're special here. So when things go wrong, sometimes those are the things where leaders get highlighted. But when things go well, when things go smoothly, when work gets done, that doesn't necessarily get highlighted. But Mr. Speaker, it's invaluable. It's the core functioning of government, and I think Mr. Mercer deserves a great amount of credit for that. And so what I want to leave him with is a little quote from Lao Tzu, which is this: "A leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, 'We did it ourselves.'" But Mr. Speaker, we didn't do it ourselves. Past assemblies haven't done it ourselves. We rely on the Office of the Clerk, and the Office of the Clerk in this case was headed by Mr. Mercer. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife South. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Hayriver South. North, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and like my colleagues, a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said, so I won't repeat it. But I do want to highlight some of the changes that have happened here at the Legislative Assembly since Mr. Mercer took the helm. And I've seen them, even in my 7 years here, I've seen a number of changes. And I will say that, of course, the Speaker gets all the credit for the improvements that happen at the Legislative Assembly. And I know Mr. Mercer wouldn't have it any other way. He doesn't want to take any of that credit, but I believe he has a big hand in bringing the voices of this Legislative Assembly to the people of the territory. Since his time in this role, the Legislative Assembly, the television channel, has become a requirement to be carried by the satellite and cable broadcasters as part of their base package. So across the territory, people now have access to our proceedings on TV. And I know that they watch them. When I go into communities, I hear from a lot of people who watch the proceedings, a lot of elders who watch the proceedings. When I began here, there was no live streaming of committee meetings of the proceedings. We can now watch the Legislative Assembly on Facebook Live, on Twitter, on the Legislative Assembly website, on YouTube. We have access all around the world. We also have access in a number of different languages.
Kanok le kataw tung naktoko na kanok habang matawkot amalate mani. Iglok pagpangmiwan ba ni? Kanok le ka taw tung naktut neakhurekun kakihaurekun. Kanok habang matamang kanok ikayuin mata nagalunin habang mata mani. Mr. Mercer na habak parak talk mani taigok parak. Kanok ka habag kami ikayok para ko ay tukot emalate kay mata isaguti ham mata isaguti mata ukot emalate ikayok para ko ni kay Mr. Mercer kuyanak.
Mr. Mercer, and he was always very supportive of providing professional development opportunities. I had many good conversations about procedure. I know it's not something that most people are interested in, but as Deputy Speaker and Government House Leader, I do enjoy those types of conversations, and there's not a lot of people with the expertise that Mr. Mercer has as the clerk of a consensus government system. I believe there's only 15 clerks in Canada. It's not a job that a lot of people do, and so it's a very important job, and we need to ensure that people in those roles have the skills. And I always felt that someone was in charge at the Assembly here. You don't always get that sense in some organizations that someone's at the helm, but I always felt that someone was at the helm. And the final thing I want to mention is that Mr. Mercer he's never been afraid to present bold ideas, present options to members that they might not otherwise consider. And he always knows that it's the members, it's the elected officials that make those decisions. But I did appreciate hearing things from him that you might not otherwise hear from someone. And one very practical example is I was the chair of the Special Committee on Transition Matters in the last government. And what that committee does is they make recommendations to the incoming Assembly. Because an incoming Assembly is all fresh faces, basically there's many instances that whatever that committee recommends, that's what happens. And one of the options that Mr. Mercer presented was that perhaps we do a full year budget in this government. Generally, we do a budget for a few months, and then we come back in the winter and in the new year and hash out a much larger budget. Well, we did recommend that, and that's what happened. And if that didn't happen, we would have been sitting in March 2020 without a budget. And what would have happened to the government of the Northwest Territories? Everything was shut down. We weren't getting together. We weren't able to do what we needed to do. And so because of that suggestion, which ultimately we did accept, we had a budget for the first year through COVID. And I think that's a big deal, and that really contributed to the GNWT being able to operate. And as my member stated, he had a hand in the special committee on increasing the representation of women, and there's numerous examples like that. And of course, the clerk never gets the credit, but those are just a couple examples where credit is due. And so I look forward to hearing the experiences of other members as well, because I know that Mr. Mercer has had a very positive impact on this Assembly and on the members. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver North. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to acknowledge Tim on his retirement as well in my experience getting to know him within this Assembly. And coming into this Assembly, being a first-time elected MLA and being a first-time elected minister, and also being Indigenous really carried hard on me as well too. My beginnings were very humbling. My experience was, I worked for the government for 20 years. My story is quite similar to what we discuss here every single day. I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to be raised in a system. I know what it's like to live in poverty. But then my interactions with Mr. Mercer gave me the confidence, gave me the influence to just pursue that. It's a lived experience that I do have. You are a minister. Tell your story, work through your portfolio, and just get the work done. I wanted to let you know that your presence, your leadership, your knowledge is appreciated. You're very unique in passing on that type of acknowledgement to people and to build Indigenous women throughout the Northwest Territories as well, not only in that case, but also increasing the number of Indigenous employees within this institution as well, and giving them the ideal opportunity and recognizing the languages that are so important and so crucial to this territory as well. I wish you well in your retirement. I wish you good health. I wish you enjoyable, great experiences, and I'm very excited for you for your next chapter in life. Take good care. Masi.
Thank you, member for Satu. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also celebrate Tim today in his retirement. Not only have most of the things I was going to speak about, even my jokes have been stolen by the other side, in that Mr. Mercer was always providing us with advice. I just probably didn't take it very often. So as one of the members that definitely has had one of the more tumultuous rides here in the Assembly, I first would like to apologize to Mr. Mercer for making his last few years here at the Assembly a very interesting and unpredictable one. I too did not have many interactions with the clerk's office as a minister, and it was actually, and I'm going to try to say this without tearing up too much, but it was upon the passing of Haley Carlson here in the Assembly who I know was very close to everyone, the staff and Mr. Mercer himself. And at the same time, I had lost my mother 1 week earlier. And it was, I never had an opportunity with everything that was going on, my siblings, to say goodbye to my mom. We didn't do the service at the time. And it was attending Haley's service.
Ugat minita Hanoleka Taptuma Tim Mercer Ikayok power linya Kanoleka Taiku.
Try to, or that first year, try to help me smooth over the things that were happening, and unfortunately that did not pan out that way. But having moved on to this side, I then got to see the other side of it and have that unique experience of being not only a minister, but also having been a regular member and seeing exactly what the clerk's office did and what they brought to the table. And I can't even imagine, the expression of herding cats. I think if you take that to the millionth degree, that's probably what Mr. Mercer had to do with the 19th Assembly. We were all in with a lot of new ideas and probably not so receptive to listening to what might seem to be the old way of doing things. And I want to say I think that Tim navigated that really well with us, encouraging us to make change and to follow our hearts, but also trying to get us to recognize that there are procedures and things that need to take place. I believe Tim is a true parliamentarian. He truly believes in the system, and that would lead to some interesting debates at times, as I am quite the opposite. However, I've come to really appreciate the level of expertise and knowledge that Tim has brought to the table, because I come from no background like that. So I had no guidance, and I really have appreciated the clerk's office. And not only Tim himself, but the people underneath him that you can see are clearly benefiting from his amazing mentorship. And one of the things that I've always come and struck to is when I look at some of our, and I don't want to speak for them, but they're not members and they don't get this opportunity, some of our Indigenous staff in the Assembly have always told me that Tim has been a strong supporter of theirs and that they feel that he welcomes them, he encourages them, and he wants them all to succeed. And for that, I think that's the biggest kudos that we can give him, is saying thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Mercer, as the Clerk of the Assembly, is essentially our Deputy Minister. But the thing I like about Tim is, unlike quite a few Deputy Ministers, when he speaks, I understand what he's saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Mercer is truly lives the ethos of fearless advice and loyal implementation. I had the honor of chairing caucus through the first half of this Assembly through some tumultuous times, and I spent many hours.
Emily, good Mr. Mercer, havakam una Legislative Assembly me 20 years, miluni longer. Koyak parak doag koyak parak dud ukwat MLAs koyanak mik kaichiratamna Mr. Mercer.
To do, to give advice that you simply may not want to hear. And so I just would like to thank Mr. Mercer for all of his help and all of his advice in my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before ever meeting Mr. Mercer, it was immediately upon my successful election to the Assembly that he contacted me.
Una Rocky Simpson here over me. Koyanak parak tuk tap got lu. Mr. Mercer, clerk to una me Legislative Assembly me aglak parak tuk tamna monga.
And his air endorsement. So, Mr. Bassett, you may have a truck driver in the making. Seriously, though, Mr. Mercer, from what I know of you in my short time here, your conduct and the service you provided was nothing short of exceptional, and we will all miss that. Thank you.
Bichirner, Hipkin, Mr. Mercer. Koyanak Barak.
Motion. Member for Camlake.
Camlake Ukakdok.
And I remember being so terrified on the phone that when I hung up, I realized I had absolutely no idea what he had just told me. Mr. Speaker, Tim has a lot of passion for his role as Clerk of the Legislative Assembly, and that is very obvious. He has a lot of love for the Northwest Territories, and that is very clear.
Birpariga Northwest Territories, Inulu. Birparigat, Tapquat.
Of serving on Board of Management as well with some of my colleagues. And Board of Management spent a lot of time together in the 19th Assembly, and so we got to know each other quite well. There were times where we didn't want to be in the same room together, but I think at the very end of this Assembly, as we enter into the last days, we realized that there was a huge benefit and a lot of memorable relationships that were created in those moments together, and a lot of good work that was done in Board of Management with yourself, Mr. Speaker, and Tim at the Secretary position of that, and I'm very thankful for that time. One of the roles that Board of Management had was in interviewing for a new clerk, and I realized that, yes, while we were interviewing for a Deputy Minister position, that one of my biggest concerns about interviewing for that position was that it's not just another leadership job. It's a leadership job that is to the next level, because yes, you want someone that is experienced in management, and yes, you want someone who is smart and knows their stuff, but it's a huge task to deal with the 19 of us. And it's one of the, in my opinion, one of the biggest, probably most challenging parts of the role, and one of the most important parts of the role is keeping us all in line, but also making sure that we're well supported, and that's not an easy task to do. And so one of my biggest concerns was, how do you interview for someone's ability to connect with people when you may not know the person that you're interviewing? Because it is very clear that connection is such a huge part of the role of the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I can say that one of Tim's greatest strengths is his ability to connect in a unique way with every single person that comes into this House and that is elected in some way, shape, or form. And I was honored to be one of the people to receive not only that professional relationship, but that friendship. Mr. Speaker, my greatest respect for Tim as a human being, though, and as a person, definitely came through some of the darkest moments of this Assembly. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I was not prepared coming into this Assembly for some of the relationships and the connections that would be made. The North is a very small place, and while I didn't know Tim, I knew people that worked in this building. And I knew people that worked in this building that aren't here anymore, and I was lucky enough to know staff who are here today and who were amazing support systems, and at the helm of that is Mr. Mercer. So I wanted to leave Mr. Mercer with this, because we all know that Mr. Mercer is a huge sailor. I am not afraid of storms, for I am learning how to sail my ship, is a very common and well-known sailing quote. And I want to thank Mr. Mercer for helping me build the confidence as a first-time MLA to learn how to sail my ship. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Member for Sabacha. Pardon? Yes, I'll allow the mover to have closing comments. Member for Sabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I first got elected to the Legislative Assembly and came here, I found a situation where, like I explained earlier today, that, the slow pace of government and being in the private sector for 50 years, I was a bit puzzled at all the processes that we had to follow to get one piece of paper or one little thing. And so after a couple weeks, I paid a visit to the clerk's office. And I sat down with Tim, and I didn't really know him that well yet. And the conversation we had was incredible. And, he says, Frida, just concentrate on the 2 things that you would really like to concentrate on and work on those, and when it becomes positive, you'll see why you're here. And I have a lot of respect for Tim. I had enough respect to stand by him through all the 3.5 years, because I know good always goes over bad. I've had it happen in my own leadership many times. And as long as you're telling the truth, and as long as you stand by what you believe in, and you have the compassion for what you do, good always goes over the bad. And with that, I will miss Tim greatly. I respect him. And I've got to know him even more as chairing caucus with him in the last little while. I want to thank him for understanding what I stand for. And I also want to thank him on how he interacts with the Indigenous peoples. That to me is very, very, very important. And all peoples. He treats everybody that walks through the door equally. And that's a big plus. I know he's going into other things in life and going to enjoy some of the things that he always wanted to do, because coming here and spending, even in those last 4 days, like 12 to 15 hours a day was a little bit much. And hopefully he'd be able to enjoy his cabin and enjoy the outdoors that he loves and the barbecues. And I also want to make sure I extend my personal invitation to him on behalf of my husband and I and the people of Fort Smith to come and visit Fort Smith anytime you'd like. It's been my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to be working with such a great guy. And I want to thank him very, very much. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, colleagues. Before we do the vote, I just want to say a few words myself while the staff are here. Mr. Mercer, I know I could only see the back of your head right now, and this is my 12th year as a MLA, and Tim has been here for majority of that. I know he took some time off for himself, but I really value all the. I didn't come to his office that much, but as MLAs, a lot of times, there's pressures we get with this job and our personal lives, and it's always good to bounce these issues off somebody, and Tim is that person for many of us. And, it's usually got pretty good sound advice, but a lot of times he just asks you what you thought, and you'd be like, yeah, pretty much got her. Yeah. but I really value that because a lot of times it was the right decisions to make, and that's a kind of sound advice a lot of members over the years have received, and that's what. And a lot of the advice that we do get make us do our job 100%. And that's a role of the clerk, is to be there for the members 100% and support you in any way that they can, and that That means a lot to myself, and also the team that he put together. You know, look at the team up there that's seeing him off there. I know you're all going to miss him as much as us, but you know, like you said, it's a phone call away. But we're just down the road. But you know, to leave this assembly, it's leaving on a good note. You know, and I wish him all the best, and look forward to the future. And also for Tim, I know I have other words later on today, but I just thought I'd say that while the team is here. It's so important, you know, and you know, you have a lot of support with our incoming clerk, Mr. Rutland, taking pictures. But with that, I'd just like to thank you all and thank Tim Massey. To the motion. All those in favor? We're voting on the motion. Yeah. All those opposed? Oh. Sure. Okay, it's up to member for Thabacha. Okay. The member for Thabacha has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadaweladay, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Deschaux, the member for Yellowknife South. Thank you very much.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. It's pretty close here, but I'm just kidding. The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. I'm sure Mr. Mercer will be like some former MLAs and always up in the gallery at every session. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 80, Dental Hygienist Profession Statute Amendment Act be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, Bill 80 amends the Dental Auxiliaries Act and the Health and Social Services Professions Act to require
Bill 80 una maloteleo malung ni Taiwar nerat. Malaroteleo tabra. Taiwara. Cam Lake.
Some dentists and hygienists also travel to communities. The Dental Auxiliaries Act stipulates that no dental hygienist shall practice dental hygiene except under the direction and control of a dentist. In this week's response to oral question 1435-19(2), Dental Hygienist Regulations and Health and Social Services stated, quote, access to dental services for Indigenous residents eligible for the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program is funded by Indigenous Services Canada, or ISC, through a contribution agreement with the department. The department, on behalf of ISC, enters into contracts to pay for the travel costs of the dental providers to provide dental services in communities. ISC determines the number of dental days allocated to each community, and funding is in accordance with this number, end quote. In reality, how services are delivered on the ground across our territory differs than how they are intended. Yes, there are contracts for dental providers to travel to northern communities, but on the ground, what this means is that dental providers offer dental services in short blocks of time outside of Yellowknife, in community hubs and small remote communities. These services are triaged starting with dental emergencies. This makes sense. If someone needs a root canal or an extraction, this will always be the more emergent case. What this means is that prevention is pushed back or simply does not happen, and the next visit is more teeth being pulled and a cycle where preventative care consistently sits on the back burner. Separating dental providers to allow for the option of dental hygienists to work independent of a dentist is key to empowering dental hygienists to secure their own contracts and, in turn, provide prevention oral health care in small remote communities. This isn't only a challenge relevant to the NWT. Today, all Canadian jurisdictions, except 3 territories and PEI, have legislation to support dental hygienists to be autonomous and self-regulated to varying levels. For example, some jurisdictions restrict the use of local anesthesia by dental hygienists. And I have to say a huge thank you to the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, the Ontario Dental Hygienists Association, and the British Columbia Dental Hygienists Association. All 3 associations were incredibly generous with the information they shared with me on lessons learned through their own legislation, what they would do different and why, and how they have created a regulatory environment for dental hygienists, and have strongly encouraged new modern legislation for dental hygienists in the Northwest Territories. Yellowknife residents don't encounter the same barriers accessing preventative oral health care as small and remote community residents. But, Mr. Speaker, access to preventative health care is an all-of-territory concern. Our oral health has a significant impact on our overall health. Oral health care, or lack thereof, can cause a cascading domino effect of health challenges down the road. According to the World Health Organization, almost half of the world's population suffer from oral diseases, and global cases of oral diseases have increased by 1 billion over the last 30 years, a clear indication that many people do not have access to prevention or treatment of oral diseases. Also acknowledged by the World Health Organization is the reality that people on low incomes, people living with disabilities, elders and seniors living alone or in care homes, those living in remote and rural communities, and people from minority groups carry a higher burden of oral disease. The most common oral diseases are tooth decay, severe gum disease, tooth loss, and oral cancers. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not only talking about oral disease. Poor oral systemic health directly increases the risk of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, Alzheimer's disease, periodontal disease, and high-risk pregnancies. Every one of these jeopardizes a person's quality of life, may shorten their life, and is a significant financial cost to the government. The operations budget for the Department of Health and Social Services of the Northwest Territories is $500 million, and the cost of health care is not going down. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our expectations of our health department continue to grow, and the associated budget is not keeping pace, forcing the department to come back time and time again for supplementary appropriations to pay for a system that has outgrown its means and sits in significant deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, the challenges of Northerners thousands of kilometers away matter because the success of the NWT depends on the health and safety of all its people, and because the cost of reactionary health care is almost always higher than the cost of prevention. It is also worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that in the Northwest Territories, 86% of dental hygienists identify as women. Denying dental hygienists the opportunity to practice outside of the control of a dentist means that the government is unintentionally denying employment opportunities in a sector that is largely female. In addition, less than a handful of NWT communities have resident dentists. This means that less than a handful of NWT communities can be home to practicing dental hygienists. Nurses work in our small, remote communities without doctors. Preventative healthcare professionals like chiropractors and massage therapists are free to work under professional accreditation, using their professional discretion to provide services to NWT residents. Given the huge demand for oral health practitioners and the known fact that prevention saves future burdens on our healthcare system, creating a regulatory environment that supports more prevention is critical. This, Mr. Speaker, also creates opportunity for economic diversification and employment outside of Yellowknife. Do I believe that all dental hygienists want to be self-employed or work outside of a dentist's office? No, Mr. Speaker. But some want the autonomy and the ability to choose. Beyond the autonomy of this industry, Mr. Speaker, it is doing what makes sense for the health of our territory. One of the key objectives of the GNWT's oral health strategy calls for establishing systemic supports for improved oral health services, including improving the regulatory environment. But in the same tabled response to oral question 1435-19(2), dental hygienist regulations, health and social services stated, quote, delivery of dental services is not part of the NWT health and social services system. Dental treatment remains the exclusive domain of private dental practices. As such, the department has no authority to dictate how dental providers deliver their scope of practice, end quote. This response shows me the importance of building the regulatory framework originally referenced in the oral health strategy years ago. To remove systemic barriers to preventative oral health for all residents of the Northwest Territories, we must improve the regulatory environment that will support a preventative oral health system. This bill helps us accomplish just that. Mr. Speaker, I have not carried this conversation on my own. My colleague from Inuvik Twin Lakes has also spoken frequently in this House about the same. And without the opportunity to listen and learn from her lived experience as a Northerner, a parent, a public health nurse, a nursing manager at the Inuvik Hospital, and as the Inuvialuktun Health Systems Navigator, I would not have had the opportunity to appreciate the depth of the challenges many of our residents face when accessing dental services. I'd like to thank the MLA for Inuvik Twin Lakes for her consistent collaboration throughout this Assembly, this bill, and ultimately as the seconder of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Member for Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has not had time to do an analysis of this bill. What the bill proposes would take government resources, and we cannot endorse something without doing our due diligence. That said, we do want to Cabinet has taken the position that in the spirit of consensus government, we don't stand in the way of bills as they make their way through second reading. So Cabinet will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Government House Leader. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? And all those abstaining? The motion is carried. Bill 80 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Yellowknife Centre, that Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act number 2, be read for the second time. The bill amends the Education Act to update the preamble to recognize the vital role that Indigenous peoples and Indigenous governments play in achieving quality and excellence in education, clarify a number of defined terms, update the procedural requirements to be followed when modifying a school program for a student, allow the minister to access student records for the purposes of evaluating a school program or monitoring student progression through the education system, permit school staff to disclose information in a student record to an education body or the department, provide the minister with the authority to permit the sharing of information relating to teacher certificate suspensions and cancellations with other jurisdictions, clarify quorum rules for district education authorities, obligate education bodies to provide student transportation, update and clarify the duties and powers that may be allocated to education bodies, provide education bodies that have been allocated with the same duty or power with the mediation option to determine which education body will perform the duty or exercise the power, consolidate and clarify the areas in which the minister may issue directions under the Act, provide the minister with the authority to establish oversight committees, allow for mail-in voting for District Education Authority elections, and correct inconsistencies and errors in the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 81 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre, that Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, be read for the second time. This bill repeals and replaces the Legal Profession Act. The current act is largely based on the 1976 ordinance. It has been amended over time, but there are parts of it that are antiquated and that have been overtaken by more modern legislation. In addition, the current act does not reflect contemporary developments in the self-regulation of the legal profession across Canada. The Law Society established a review committee to examine these developments, and it came up with a series of recommendations in 2019. This bill integrates these recommendations into a new act. Minor errors and inconsistencies are also addressed, along with the use of diversity, inclusive language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 82 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nahende, that Bill 83, Liquor Act, be read for the second time. This bill repeals and replaces the Liquor Act, NWT 2007, Circa 15, Chapter 15, to make significant changes and updates, including 2. Provide for the appointment of a registrar with responsibility for liquor licensing matters, including the issuance, renewal, transfer, suspension, and cancellation of licenses. Allow for the creation of new classes of liquor licenses and regulations. Allow for the creation of classes of retail vendors and regulations. Allow for the imposition of monetary penalties by a new appointed chief inspector. Repeal the existing liquor licensing board with a liquor appeals board to hear appeals of decisions of the registrar and the chief inspector. Define a single community authority for the purposes of community control matters. Create new mechanisms for community control over liquor and provide certain protections for operating businesses. Make changes to the length of temporary prohibition orders, their associated timelines and requirements. Make necessary updates to inspection, investigation, and search and seizure provisions. Remove mandatory minimum penalties and modernize language, including by using gender-neutral pronouns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 83 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for the Sahtu, that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation to change the name of the act to the Prosper NWT Act, continue the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation as Prosper NWT, clarify when a corporation will be considered a subsidiary of Prosper NWT for the purposes of the Act, provide the Board with the authority to modify Prosper NWT's non-financial support programs with the approval of the Minister, provide Prosper NWT with the authority to provide non-financial support to business enterprises and members of the public outside of established programs, provide Prosper NWT with the authority to provide financial support to business enterprises and subsidiaries, provide the Board with the authority to require parties to confirm their compliance with agreements they have entered into with Prosper NWT, clarify conflict of interest provisions by adding the concept of a controlling interest, Clarify that persons are related under the Act if they are related for the purposes of the Income Tax Act of Canada. Permit Prosper NWT, subject to certain limitations, to use a portion of its cash on hand for the purpose of carrying on its business. Remove the requirement that the programs established under the Act be periodically reviewed by the Minister. Modernize language, including using gender-neutral pronouns, and correct inconsistencies and errors identified in the Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 84 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Madam Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, be read for the second time. This bill affirms the Declaration as a universal human rights instrument with application to the Indigenous peoples of the Northwest Territories and the laws of the Northwest Territories. Provides a framework for the implementation of the Declaration by the Government of the Northwest Territories in collaboration and cooperation with Indigenous governments or organizations, and it affirms the roles and responsibilities of Indigenous governments or organizations in the implementation of the Declaration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 85 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23 and 29, Committee Report 49-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 51-19 brackets 2, Minister's Statement 264-19 brackets 2, Table Document 681-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule Order. Oh, the sidebar in here. By the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House as member for Inuvialuktun Lake Senator.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, committee wishes to consider Committee Report 49-19 brackets 2, report on the 2021-22 review of the Official Languages Act, and Committee Report 51-19 brackets 2, report on Indigenous representation in the Northwest Territories Public Service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take a 5-minute break. I now call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 49-19, brackets 2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the 2021-2022 Review of the Official Languages Act. I will go to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operations for any opening remarks. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Standing Committee on Government Operations is reviewing the Official Languages Act over the last 2 years. This committee's report was read into the record on March 27, 2023. Since the Act had not been changed since 2003, it was the committee's goal to collect input from Northerners on the effectiveness of the Official Languages Act, to recommend changes to better protect and revitalize official languages, and to ensure changes are implemented. The committee heard the desire for change during its outreach with the public, as well as from past reports on this legislation. During the committee's statutory review, Bill 63 was brought forward by the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to address some of the known issues in the Official Languages Act. Bill 63 received third reading on March 28, 2023. While the committee was glad to see some changes to the Official Languages Act in Bill 63, the committee believes that those changes do not go far enough. In the feedback committee heard, it was clear that participants across the Northwest Territories want and need more change. The committee has made 13 recommendations to further transform the way the Official Languages Act serves and protects official languages in the Northwest Territories. These recommendations strive to implement the right to receive services in your official language of choice, implementing the right to K-12 emergent education in your local language, doubling resources to support and revitalize Indigenous languages, and support of official languages speakers in the public service. The committee looks forward to the government's response to these recommendations. The committee would like to thank everyone who participated in the review. The committee was inspired by the Northwest Territories residents doing amazing things to reclaim their languages, teach young people with limited resources, and advocate changes to help their language communities survive and thrive. I would like to thank the committee for their work on this review. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 49-19-2. Do any members have any general comments? Seeing none. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories double funding for Indigenous language education, services, and revitalization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories reimburse use of an Indigenous official language as an eligible expense for all programs, grants, and contributions, and further that these funding agreements should be multi-year to reduce administrative burden and improve sustainability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment set up a Creative Commons for all Indigenous language resource materials, and further that the Creative Commons should build on the Our Languages NWT platform and offer an accessible digital space. And furthermore, it should allow creators and users to share and collaborate on education materials, language learning apps, curricular grant applications, and other resources. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak directly to the Minister of Education on this one. We heard one of the teachers say that they spent $30,000 to create a textbook in an official language, and then someone else actually owns the copyright to that. And they can't, share that with other language resources. They can't use the same kind of standard textbook format and get it translated. So the solution we heard to doing that was that there needs to be a Creative Commons for Indigenous language resource materials so that those are not copyrighted. And this seems like a pretty easy ask to make sure that those teachers can all share resources without concerns for copyright. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just thank the committee for the work on this. It's not one that I sit on, and I think this just comes back to, I think 2 years ago, asking the minister if we were going to get some of our languages on like Google and Google Translate. And I have to say, actually, since that time, I've noticed there are more resources online that I can look up certain words in Inuktitut or Inuvialuktun. Sorry, I'm not getting any. I won't even try today. And so therefore, you know, I just see that this is such a great thing. Teachers are very collaborative. They're very about, you know, not reinventing the wheel and sharing their information. And I think just having this kind of a resource is amazing. Even as a person who doesn't speak an Indigenous language, just the ability to go somewhere and look it up would be great. So I think this is a wonderful recommendation from the committee. Thank you.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that each department and agency be required to have an annual official languages action plan to improve and vitalize the language skills of its Indigenous employees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that each department and agency be required to create an individual language training account for each person, and further, the account should guarantee each Indigenous employee a minimum number of hours of language training in any Indigenous official language as a first or second language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that the federal government does for French, and I've actually had a job for the federal government where they would pay me for 4 hours on Fridays to take French lessons. And I think it would be great to see us doing the same thing for our Indigenous language speakers in the GNWT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for... Oh, no? Okay. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Finance set up an Indigenous Languages Revitalization Fund in order to support Indigenous employees in the effort to reclaim, revitalize, and maintain and strengthen their languages. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories restore Indigenous language terms and spellings to refer to languages and communities, and further that the GNWT should update all legislation, regulations, policies, guidelines, standards, and communications within the life of the 20th Assembly. And furthermore, the GNWT should also consult Indigenous communities on the changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question. Oh, Member for Montfouille.
Oh, thank you. I know that to revive our language, it is important for all of us in small communities, and I know that there's great effort made in Yellowknife, but I'm not too sure about. I know all of our language are in danger, according to the report that I heard. So I'm just wondering, if communities like Hay River, I just want to know and ask whether I think there's the Dene Jati and Dene Salin, there's a lot of, people living in that area speaking those languages. So I just want to know how effective is the school promoting these language. I'm not too sure, so I'm just asking that question. But this is very important. So I'm just asking that because it is important because in our school we do the same, and but I know more needs to be done in this area. So I'm just asking. It's just more of a comment, but it would be nice if we can see some kind of a report, so that way we can build on it. to revive, to, like for our language to survive for long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried, and I'm sure the minister heard and could consider the question in their report. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment help ensure Indigenous language early childhood education is available in each community. And further, to achieve this vision, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment should provide additional sufficient funding to program operators that use Indigenous languages. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, and just that the motion that's in your package is actually out of order, so the one that was next should be at the end. Okay, so the motion is in order. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The most inspiring things we heard from committee were those cases where there were language nests for preschool children. Their brains are sponges. That's where they were learning. That's where we heard cases where you have young children talking to elders and they are learning the language. And I think we are fortuitous timing that we are rolling out universal childcare in this next few years, and we are spending unprecedented dollars on childcare and building spaces. And so I think it's important that we should try and prioritize a lot of those spaces to be using Indigenous languages, and when they are, they should get extra funding so that they can do that. So I think it's just a unique opportunity to make sure we have those language nests as we build more early learning childcare centers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories recognize the right of each resident to receive services in the official language of their choice. And further, this right should go beyond the concepts of significant demand and nature of the office and follow the principle of substantive equality. And furthermore, that as such, the government of the Northwest Territories should consider quantitative and qualitative characteristics when determining service levels to each official language community. And furthermore, this right should also be remedial in nature, designed to counter the gradual decline of Indigenous official language speakers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First off, that the principle of substantive equality and the idea of Indigenous language rights being remedial in nature is something committee stole from the Federal Indigenous Languages Act. They've actually surpassed us in the way they are treating rights. And right now, the vast majority of complaints to our official languages commissioner are about French language. They're not about Indigenous languages. And the right is, you got to have significant demand in the area, and then it depends on the nature of the office, which to me, Madam Chair, is just not really a right. It's really hard to know even if you have a right, let alone if you are able to complain about it. I know there is hesitation on the GNWT to create an all-encompassing right similar to French, but I believe we can do this better with technology. There's a way to make sure interpreters are available all the time for people when they walk into a hospital, when they walk into an office, when they're dealing with child and family services. It needs to be clear that they have that right, and there's an interpreter center set up. It doesn't and I think with technology, we can make sure that is occurring. And we can give Indigenous languages the same right to service that French has. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories set up a policy and a plan to display more Indigenous language signs before the 19th Assembly ends. And further, the policy should require all new signs at all territorial public bodies and community governments to prominently feature the local Indigenous official language. And furthermore, the plan should set targets and offer funding for new Indigenous language signs. Trying to flip the page here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard from Indigenous language speakers. They just want to see their language around more. I think a signage policy is pretty low-hanging fruit. I'll note here in the Assembly, as we have replaced signs, we've included an official language. It's just simply about making it more visible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment commission a study on the state of Michif in the Northwest Territories and options to recognize Michif in the Official Languages Act. And further, the study should be tabled in the House within the first 18 months of the 20th Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment implement an exercisable right for Northerners to full K-12 immersion in each local Indigenous official language. And further, to achieve this vision, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment should prioritize Indigenous language revitalization in the ongoing Education Act modernization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to note that this right exists in Nunavut, and what they have done is their plan to roll it out, it goes till 2038, and I think that's the kind of multi-generational thinking you need if we're actually going to ever achieve this. And part of their plan speaks to they actually need to have students go through the education system, become fluent, so they can then become teachers. So that's the kind of thinking they're at with this, and I believe as we go on to review our Education Act, language rights need to be a key part of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories respond to this report within 120 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of Committee Report 49-19(2)? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of Committee Report 49-19(2), Standing Committee on Government Operations, report on the 2021-2022 review of the Official Languages Act.
Committee, we have agreed to consider Committee Report 51-19(2), Standing Committee on Government Operations report on Indigenous representation in the Northwest Territories Public Service. I will go to the chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operations for any opening comments. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Standing Committee on Government Operations made it a priority to find ways to increase Indigenous representation in the Northwest Territories Public Service. This work began in 2020, and the committee's report was read into the record on March 28, 2023. The committee met with people in person and virtually in communities across the Northwest Territories to hear their perspectives on this. The committee consistently heard a deep, long-standing disappointment with the government as an employer and a viewpoint that the system is intended to keep Indigenous people out of the public service. The recommendations formulated by the committee address the main concerns heard by members of the public. The government needs to improve the way competitions are held, decentralize operations, create a fair and transparent appeal process, implement mechanisms to hold hiring managers accountable, set hiring targets, and be cautious of potential problems with limiting the definition of Indigenous. The committee asks the government to recognize the reconciliatory intent of these recommendations and to implement these recommendations in relevant policies. The committee expresses gratitude to everyone who took the time to meet with the committee in person and virtually and made the effort to provide us with their thoughts in writing. I would like to thank committee for their work on this review. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, I will now open the floor to general comments on committee report. Do any members have? Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm glad that we got this report done. The work that we did in this report, one thing that I have to say about this priority and this report is that when we came into this house, this was a priority of one of the things that I discussed in my campaign. This was something that as a hiring manager and as an employee, as an Indigenous employee of the GNWT for many years, I lived a lot of these things. So I want to thank the people that came forward and the people of the Northwest Territories that shared with us their concerns with this. This has been many years in the making. Like, we've had the affirmative action policy. There's been so many issues with the affirmative action policies. We needed to move that needle. The Minister of Finance, who is the Minister of Human Resources, with all our other portfolios under that title, I know that her department, and I want to thank her department of all the work that they have also been doing, since we got in this house, raising all these programs in this house has actually maxed out a lot of the Indigenous recruitment programs. We've highlighted a lot of the things in this government, and I've met with the minister, I've met with the minister and her staff on HR issues. So they've been very live to a lot of the issues, and so this report, being able to table this report and put these recommendations, I know that the framework, a lot of the framework that the Indigenous recruitment framework, they line up with, and so I'm hoping that when we do get our response in 120 days, we are going to be so happy. And so again, like I said, that for general comments, I just wanted, I could talk to every one of these motions, but I won't today. There might be a couple I might highlight just to clarify, and again, like I said, thanks to the people in the Northwest Territories. We are working for you. We did hear you, and we're trying to make this change. And I think this legislative has really upped the ante on this Indigenous recruitment and improving the numbers. So I thank Cabinet and I thank all the members for making this stand out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, are there any other general comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the affirmative action policy reflect its objective and intent and mitigate the disadvantage and underrepresentation of Indigenous persons in the NWT public sector by implementing a P1 only competition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see. Motion is in order. To the motion. Oops, sorry. Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the affirmative action policy that we've had for many years hasn't done justice for what we want to see. So creating and implementing a priority one only competition is what we want, and that's why this priority is here. We want to see Indigenous people. You know, we don't want to water it down. We don't want to blind the lines, blur the lines. So we want to make sure that priority one candidates are given the opportunity first to be given the opportunity to do the interviews and possibly get the jobs. You know, I meant once we're at par, we can revisit this, and maybe it'll be sooner than later, and I'll be happy to be hopefully not in this place when that comes. But I mean, so that's why this priority and this recommendation is here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm pleased to see this, and you know, the Charter of Rights allows for such a policy. And you know, when we talk about affirmative action, I think it's important that we make it alone a priority. We like my colleague said, we seem to be watering down, you know, the interpretation a bit and the policy. So I'm glad that that it is being made, or this motion did come forward. It's clear and concise. The one thing, though, I guess that I would recommend as well is that I know there's some discussion about possibly changing the definition of Indigenous person, which I would ask that it remain as is going forward with any new policy. And I think that we're looking at the Indigenous employment policy. So, but other than that, I'm pleased to see that we are making this a priority, because at the end of the day, the affirmative action is about bringing Indigenous people into the public sector. Thank you.
Let's see. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories identify which headquarters positions can be located to the regions, which jobs could be tagged as flexible and moved among a number of locations, and those that could be classified as remote working arrangements, aiming to allow Priority 1 employees to work in the community of residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see the motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, again, now I'm pleased to see this one as well, because you know, if we expect to increase the number of Indigenous people in the public sector, decentralization is going to be important. But when we talk about decentralization, we used to talk about it as, you know, moving a department or a part of a department. I think we have to look at, as it says here, as look at individuals. And if we can move individuals and they can still do the work, you know, we do have individual working in southern Canada right now that you know, that are seem to be it seems to be working out okay. So this is a good move, and I think that you know, for the Indigenous people that don't want to move out of their communities, which there's probably many, this is a great way to proceed. Thank you.
I see. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories establish 1 uniform, clear, and accessible appeal process for public service positions that establishes a mechanism empowering Priority 1 candidates with the ability and enough time to appeal a hiring decision before a job is offered to a non-Priority 1 candidate, operates independently and arm's length from government, that has an appeal body that is representative of the Indigenous population with a minimum Indigenous membership of 50%, clearly outlines how appeals can be requested and considered, contains clear terms of reference for a fair and consistent appeal process, and ensures availability and accessibility of the support by Indigenous staff of the Diversity and Inclusion Unit to the Indigenous candidate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion, MLA Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one thing that we heard that Indigenous employees, they don't even apply anymore because they feel that there's no process that with the affirmative action and the appeals process, there's nothing that can help them even call out when there are injustices in the hiring process. So this is why we said before a P2 or a P3 is offered a position, and if there is a P1 candidate that was interviewed, passed an interview that didn't get the offer, that they are notified that a P2, that they didn't get the offer to a P2 or a P3, because this has happened. There has been statements that come to us that this has happened because people say that the affirmative action policy is not done across the board in the territory the same way. And so this gives the opportunity for a P1 to appeal, and then somebody outside that process that did the interviewing can look and make sure the process was done and if they followed a policy accordingly. Because under the policy, if a P1 passes the interview, then they should be offered the job. There shouldn't be a P2 and a P3 that they're competing in, but this happens. It happens over and over again. So that's why this motion is there, and we want to make sure that we're doing what we said we were doing in this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories, for the purpose of capacity building, make it a standard policy to ensure that an Indigenous person consistently occupies at least one Assistant Deputy Minister position within all departments, consistently staffs all regional supervisor positions with Indigenous employees, promotes and requires, where possible, that all public boards and agencies have a minimum level of Indigenous representation within the overall makeup of their board of directors, requires, where possible, for agencies to invest in hiring Indigenous employees and follow the affirmative action policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, the motion is in order. To the motion. MLA for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you. We've just seen this in the lands or environment and climate change. They've targeted a position, a regional ADM position that is it gives the room for somebody in the region, an Indigenous person, to grow into an ADM position, which gives them that experience. And I think the thing is in the government, sometimes the Indigenous people are left to the side because all of the positions are in Yellowknife, and not necessarily are they known and their experience is known to move up into these roles. So this is where, this might not happen overnight, but this is a plan, this is a goal, and this is a motion. So we're asking to be looked at seriously, that this can be done, so we could see more Indigenous people in our senior management. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA Viking North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories attract Indigenous professionals with roots and relations in the Northwest Territories to take public service positions with the GNWT by creating an outreach campaign targeting Northwest Territories residents studying outside the Northwest Territories, offering incentives to returning students, and requiring that hiring managers are aware of the campaign. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. Although, oh, is that a question? No? Okay. All those in favor? Yeah. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories and all departments update the job descriptions of all public service positions to ensure the inclusion of value statements which affirms the importance of Indigenous knowledge and community experience, update job information section of all job descriptions to ensure that only plain language is used, ensure that each job information section provides an equivalency formula that is publicly accessible and demonstrates concrete examples of what education equivalencies will be accepted in place of university education, creates a mechanism that requires offering qualifying Priority 1 candidates who participated in a competition a training path into the position before submitting the job to a non-priority candidate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. The motion is in order. MLA Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with this recommendation, a lot of people, when you look at the GNWT's job descriptions, they don't make a lot of sense. There not a lot of them are in plain language. You read them and somebody, you can't meet the qualifications. Like, I don't, like, it just seems like there's not a target that you can meet. So that's why with this one, and then equivalencies. We talk about equivalencies in many job descriptions, but as somebody who's applied on jobs, I have never been able to understand how I measure up to an equivalency. And if that was built into job descriptions, like when you're creating your job description, you're creating what equivalency could be for this job, then at least when I'm applying, I can say, well, this is my equivalency, because sometimes hiring managers and hiring HR, they don't use equivalencies, and so you're not included into that competition because they only put the people that have the schooling criteria. And so this way it could be appealed, have another mechanism of appealing, because you would be able to say, I met those equivalencies and I didn't even get a job interview. So that is why this motion is there, and it's important because Indigenous people, you know, they need to feel confident when they're applying on a job. And women, it's known that women will not apply on a job if they don't think they meet the qualifications statistically, whereas men will apply on a job, and even if they don't meet all the qualifications. So Indigenous people are probably worse off because they already don't trust that they're going to get even an interview. So that's why this one is there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories commit to transparent retention practices by requiring all departments to develop and follow succession planning guidelines, maintain and share internal position tracking, track and share information about transfer assignments and/or promotions, ensure that departmental succession planning is informed by employees' goals and expectations by connecting with development goals expressed by employees in the annual performance appraisals, ensure that all Indigenous employees in senior management positions are well supported by their supervisors and are given training opportunities that are suited to their employees' interests and career goals, create a mechanism to ensure Indigenous employees/applicants receive preferred and priority hiring when replacing outgoing employees leaving the public service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories requires all departments to conduct exit interviews with all Indigenous employees, including interns and summer students, ensures exit interviews with Indigenous employees leaving our department are conducted by Indigenous staff of the Diversity and Inclusion Unit, and requires that all public service annual reports include a section with an analysis of why Priority 1 employees are leaving the public service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories work towards increasing participation of Indigenous students in all programs, grants, and contributions focused on youth by advertising the availability for youth development and making it known in small communities, creating recruitment campaigns in small communities so youth can participate in existing programs and apply for positions, have an advocate for youth and students in each department, creating and tracking hiring targets in all communities for Indigenous youth seeking public service employment under programs such as SNAP, summer students, and internships, and further, that the Department of Finance restructure the summer student employment program to allow a more extended period for students to apply, require managers to hire Priority 1 summer students and deplete the Priority 1 candidate list before considering non-Priority 1 students, ensuring not to leave one Priority 1 summer student without summer employment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends to the Government of the Northwest Territories that all departments have in place support for Indigenous employees and look to the Indigenous patient advocate positions implemented by the Department of Health and Social Services as a model to how to provide support, work with the Indigenous Employee Advisory Committee and the Diversity and Inclusion Unit to provide support, offer pathways to leave to access counseling and addiction services, and apply trauma-informed language and practices as a norm. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA Yellowknife North.
Mr. Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories includes in the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework support in finding housing at the new job site for Indigenous employees relocating to take a government position or move within government, provide a moving allowance for Indigenous employees relocating to other communities, offer education leave to help Indigenous employees to finish any education that was not completed before employment, with the guarantee to remain in the public service at a minimal return to the same job level, offer education leave to Indigenous employees to support their career goals and interests and help expand their opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See, the motion is in order. MLA Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with the second bullet, or with the third bullet, the education leave to help Indigenous employees to finish any education. Sometimes we have Indigenous employees that get into frontline positions. They may have, some education, and then when they apply for education leave, they're denied because they say, well, you're already in this job and you don't need any more education to do the job. And then education leave is denied. And then when we look at the next one, we have people that are in frontline jobs who maybe say if they start off as an office admin and they want to, they want to move up in their career, so they want to go back and get their business diploma, and then they want to go back and get their business degree, as they come back, but they should have secure employment to go back to at least what they left, so that way they have the opportunity for succession planning within the department that they're starting in. This is way we can grow our Indigenous, staff, especially out in the regions. So, that's what this recommendation is indicating. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In Nunavut, a beneficiary can apply at any time to a job that a non-beneficiary has, and if they get it, they remove that person. Committee didn't quite go that far, but we're thinking, but we want the same level of planning with P1s, that if you have a non-P1 position in the government, the succession planning should be to put a P1 in that position, and there should be a complete plan to make sure they have the education and they are trained and they are identified to get into that position. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. MLA, excuse me. Policy Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of Committee Report 51-19-2? Policy Committee, we have concluded consideration of Committee Report 51-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on Indigenous Representation in the Northwest Territories Public Service. Let's see. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
The motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Merci.
Hey. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Committee Report 49-19 brackets 2 and Committee Report 51-19 brackets 2 and would like to report progress with 25 motions carried, and that Committee Report 49 and Committee Report 51-19 brackets 2 are concluded. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Sawtoo. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just considered this bill yesterday in Committee of the Whole. Some people may recall that there were motions moved at that point. It was a dead heat, and there was no changes to the bill as we had a couple of ties. Since that time, I've spoken to the department, I've spoken to the chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, and I considered how could we incorporate some of those changes that the members would like to see, some of the concerns that the members have been expressing into the bill, so we can find a clause that we can all agree on. So the clause in question related to the disclosure of the identity of a complainant, someone who makes a complaint against a child care operator. And the reason that is included in the bill is because we want to create a robust system where parents feel empowered to bring forward their concerns about the services that their children are receiving from their child care operators. What we don't want to do, though, is create a situation where we're criminalizing people when we obviously don't need to. And so what was proposed originally in the bill, probably too far in one direction. Committee came back with a proposal to adjust that language. I came back with a counter proposal, and neither of those were, I guess, acceptable to a large enough proportion of this assembly. And so I think we've landed on some language that hopefully we can get some more support for. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Range Lake, that Clause 13 of Bill 68 be amended by deleting proposed subclause 19.2 brackets 2 and substituting the following. 2. An operator shall not A. retaliate against a complainant under Section 19.1 or B. disclose the identity of a complainant under Section 19.1. 3. Notwithstanding paragraph 2B, an operator may disclose the identity of a complainant A. to a lawyer retained by the operator to provide legal services in respect of a complaint, B. to a trusted advisor, or C. as authorized by the director. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. To the amendment. Question has been called. Oh, Minister.
And so I just wanted to explain this a little bit. So what you're seeing here is an addition to the amendment that I moved yesterday, and that is that an operator may disclose the identity of a complainant, to the lawyer or as authorized by the director, or to a trusted advisor. We understand that there are child care operators who may be new in the business, and they might want to seek advice from someone who has some more experience. Or there's a million other scenarios, and we want to ensure that the operators feel like they are supported and they can reach out and get that support. At the same time, we want to protect parents. We want to protect their identities if it might be detrimental. And I will say that what this clause does, or what it attempts to do, is address a very, very small percentage of issues that ever arise. Most complaints, the vast majority, are dealt with through conversations with child care operators, and they don't proceed to a point where there would be any sort of repercussions, any suspensions or anything like that. So this is not an indictment on the whole sector. This is to address just a very small issue, but an important issue to those who it affects. And so I hope that members think that this addresses their concerns, and I hope that I can get their support on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the amendment. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. To the motion as amended. Question has been called. All those in favor? To the bill, sorry. Huh? Yeah. To the bill as amended. And a recorded vote was requested by the minister. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Tabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunadaweladay, the member for Montfouille, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise.
The member for Great Slave.
The results of the recorded vote, 14 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. The motion is carried. Bill 68 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, will you ascertain if the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, the Honourable Margaret M. Tom, is prepared to enter the chamber to assent the two bills?
Merci. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Premier Cochrane, ministers, members of the Legislative Assembly, staff, and visitors in the public gallery. Masi kashu ejo ati sitzera sinia jon nahegainda. It's always a great feeling and an honor to be here and see all of you. Thank you for your ongoing commitment and hard work on behalf of the people of the Northwest Territories. It is with great honor and respect that I acknowledge the territory of the Dene, Métis, and Inuit of this great land. We are extremely grateful to live, work, celebrate, and be welcome as visitors in your territory. After the long and cold winter, it is nearly time to say spring is in the air. So enjoy the well-deserved, much-needed Easter break to enjoy the beautiful spring weather, longer daylight hours, the single-digit temperatures, and in some places, and the sunshine. I saw a squirrel running across there. This break will allow you to breathe in the good fresh air to ground you. I wish you all safe, enjoyable travels to your homes, your loved ones, your constituencies. Happy and blessed Easter season to you and your loved ones. Now, as Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, I am pleased to assent to the following bills. Bill 56, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Act. Bill 57, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2022. Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act. Bill 61, an act to amend the Ombuds Act. Bill 62, an act to amend the Income Tax Act number 2. Bill 63, an act to amend Official Languages Act. Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act. Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act. Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act. Bill 73, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act number 4. Bill 76, an act to amend the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act. Bill 86, Supplementary Appropriation Act, bracket, Infrastructure Expenditure, bracket, number 3, 2022-2023. Bill 87, Supplementary Appropriation Act, brackets, Operations Expenditures, bracket, number 3, 2022-2023. Bill 88, Supplementary Appropriation Act, bracket, Infrastructure Expenditures, bracket, number 1, 2023-2024. Bill 89, Appropriation Act, bracket, Operations Expenditures, bracket, 2023-2024. Masicho, thank you. Kuya mani, merci beaucoup, Kwana. Masi.
Order.
Colleagues, please be seated. Colleagues, on behalf of the House, I thank the Commissioner, the Honourable Margaret M. Tom, for being here today. It is an honour to have her join us in the Chamber. It has been a long sitting, and I know we are eager to adjourn. But before we do, I would like to say a few words, and I thank you for your time and attention. First and foremost, I want to thank each of you. I know this sitting has been difficult at times, but it has also been very productive. You have concluded consideration of the operations budget, 3 supplementary estimates, 7 pieces of legislation, some of which I know were challenging, and 14 committee reports. This in addition to the numerous statements, questions, and motions. Colleagues, that's a lot of important work, and you should be proud of yourselves. Throughout the sitting, I have enjoyed your lively and thoughtful debates and discussions. We don't always see eye to eye, and we don't always agree. Some discussions in this House are very intense and uncomfortable. That's the nature of our job as the representatives of our people. Even when we don't agree, we can always find ways to work together and be respectful of each other and this institution. Colleagues, that is consensus government in action. Consensus government does not mean that we must always agree. Consensus government does not mean that we will always get our way. Consensus government means that we will have the opportunity to share our views, influence policy and legislation, and represent the people who have elected us. I thank each of you for contributing to a successful sitting. Colleagues, I also want to thank the interpreters who have joined us throughout this sitting. We honor our languages when we use them. The interpreters make it possible for us to use our languages on a daily basis. And I thank them for their service and commitment to honoring our official languages, our people, and our cultures. I know it's been challenging at times with the speed of some of our speeches, but I thank you and I really respect the work that you do. Colleagues, finally I want to take a moment to thank our clerk, Mr. Tim Mercer, and congratulate him on his retirement. Mr. Mercer has served as clerk of this institution for 20 years. That's 870 sitting days. He has served 6 assemblies, that's 63 members, and 6 speakers. And I'm very proud to be one of those members and also one of those speakers. Tim, I want to thank you for your valuable advice you have given to me and to all members for many years. It is always appreciated and sometimes we even followed it. Tim, as clerk of the Legislative Assembly, your corporate and procedural knowledge is second to none. I know we are in good hands with Mr. Rutland taking the helm. You'll be deeply missed. Tim, I know you love sailing, and I hope you have the opportunities to spend many beautiful summer days on Great Slave Lake aboard the Picante. Mr. Clerk, hold fast and stay true. Colleagues, please join me in thanking Mr. Mercer for his dedication and service. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, one last time, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Thursday, May 25th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees and the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, second reading of bills, Bill 64, consideration of committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bills 23 and 29, Minister Statement 264-19-2, Table Document 681-19-2, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills. Orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, May 25th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.